Yo, 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 good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. Welcomes. Joel watching Goldston too. Is Goldston online as well, is he? Being over in Australia, this is probably his peak time of the day, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. How we doing, boys and girls? We good? I tell you what, I am tired today. I'm on a bit of a detox this week. I don't necessarily live the healthiest of lifestyles, I'm fully aware of that. So once, probably every 4 months or so, I take a week where I cut out all sugar, all energy drinks, just drink, coffee and water, and eat relatively lean and healthy for like just a week. It's like a bit of a mini detox. 3 days into it, and I am fucking knackered. It always starts with good intentions, but it's just to kind of keep your body on edge, right? Don't let it get too complacent with having lots of sugar and calories and all of this sort of stuff. Oh, but it's reset day for the EU. I did basically zero last week. Sweet FA last week in terms of any sort of progress on my characters. But one thing I did do, which I am not proud to admit it, we are not proud to admit it, we did a Mythic plus 10. I needed something in my vault, right? You can't have a completely bare naked empty vault. We did a plus 10 just so at least there's something that pops up in here. Based upon the fact that I don't have any other access to myth gear in any way, shape or form, this is probably an upgrade. Well, there we go. We can catalyst this and get a piece of myth tier. How about that then? Genius. That's the theory at least anyway. Yoink. Give it a bit of a switcheroo. Grab that. It's giving me another mythic keystone. What's it giving to me? My Zara Caverns at 10. That might have to be done at some point. Might have to be done at some point this week. Why is it so dark in... I don't know. Why is it so dark? I don't know. Starting screen's cool. You like it? Now, this isn't necessarily to everybody's liking. I'm getting better at asking AI to make graphics for me. It's not to everybody's liking, obviously, due to the stigma around AI, but I'm getting better at telling it what I want and how I want it to do. Right, we get these. Let's give these a cheeky little upgrade. Cheeky little upgrade. I don't actually want to spend any myth crests on these because I'm kind of still sort of saving myth crests. But I at least want these at the same item level as the ones I'm wearing. So 2 of 6 myth looks to be the same as... Yeah, 2 of 6 myth is the same. Trying to make a price string for TSM. The fighting with AI is real. I'm not sure. Woo's probably had a good go at this, though. If you feed it all the TSM documentation, it can do some pretty clever things. But if you just ask it, flat out, it doesn't know what the hell it's doing. But, it's one of those, if you give it the training documentation to go by, it can probably do alright. There's no enchant or nothing on gloves these days. So there's no glove enchants these days. Not the brightest circuit on the board. I mean, it can probably point you in the right direction, but the problem is that the thing with TSM's price strings is it's just once you understand the I don't know, what's the right word here? Probably syntax. Is that even the right word? I don't know. Once you understand the structure of them, and you can read them like in normal language, read them out in like English, you know, as to what it actually does, they're much easier to then construct and write. Whenever I'm trying to do something fancy like making a sniper string or something, I write down in plain normal language what I want it to do, and then I break it down into the things that I can TSM, you know, and I build it up that way. I've done it before on stream. Yeah, there's no changing these about, is there? So let's just swap those over so they're at least on the myth track. And that is to be the only upgrade today, I feel. I've also got this myth, where's it gone? Myth track back piece, cloak. The issue is its secondary stats don't seem to be as good. I'd rather have crit and haste than crit and verse, but it at least can be upgraded further, so I probably should swap it out. Probably should swap it out. Catalyze it? What, catalyze a back piece? That doesn't work, does it? Catalyze it to what? Changes it to haste and verse. You're going to consider diving into Guild Wars 3 when released? I have not seen too much about this. There's a bit of a buzz around Guild Wars 2 again at the moment, isn't there? Clearly, because they've announced Guild Wars 3. I've not watched the trailer. I've not seen anything about it. But when is it meant to come out? Are they going to like, how are they structuring this? I keep getting told I need to go play Guild Wars 2. People keep nudging me in the direction. Guild Wars 3. Announced for PS5 and PC. First in the new franchise since 2012. Beta testing is set to begin in Q3 2027. No release date. Ah, well, I could forget it then. That's miles away. Miles away. I'll worry about that another day. Worry about that when it happens. The world could have been overtaken by AI by that point. Who knows? Nothing really about it, just an announcement and a promise that it'll be very different from Guild Wars 2 in a good way. Same strategy, just premium, once bought and play, no sub. I think once these companies, you know, get to grips with a certain business model, they're unlikely to change it. You know, stick to what they know. Why am I getting like 10 FPS again? 20 FPS in the capital city. This is shocking.
Perseverance, strength.
Can we bang any of these out quickly on the EU whilst we're here before we go poke around with some lumber? All the ones that give knowledge points are stupid expensive. Great. Oh well. That's enough to get a few orders done. Last week of painful abundance. Oh, I've just stopped doing it. Just hardcore, flat out stopped doing it. See, somewhat frustratingly, it's one of those changes that I don't even understand why it needs to be built into a patch. I mean, it stinks of something that could easily have just been hotfixed. You know, like why are you holding it back from us, Blizz? It just screams of a hotfix. Them bundling into a patch makes me feel like they know it's a frustration, they know it's a pain point, but they're gonna willingly make you suffer when they could so easily just hotfix that in a weekly build. But yeah, I'm not messing around with abundance this week. Absolutely no way. So the patch has more content. You might be right there. It's a definite catch-up patch, though. It's a definite catch-up patch. I think players who are already reasonably geared are going to find themselves with the best part of nothing to do in the next patch. Like, almost instantly. I don't really... I've not gone back and tested. They've made Heroic World Tier easier to access in the 2 new zones. But I don't know if they've made any changes to Heroic World Tier since we first looked at it a few weeks back. I think you'll find there'll be an influx of people that will go and poke around and see what the crack is with it. But my concern with the Heroic World Tier was that it didn't really have any substance to it. It was, you know, it's a feature and it's a game mode, but it doesn't seem to have a purpose. So I don't think it'll hold people's attention for very long, especially if there's not some sort of like lucrative reward system attached to it. The headlines is that, you know, the new zones give myth gear, and it's like, well, it gives you one piece of myth gear across a 4-week period. One piece of myth gear a month isn't going to really really appeal to basically anybody. So I'm not sure how it will land, but we'll have a poke around with it all the same. Why is it not finding this? Oh, there we go. Fix my mailbox. Few auctions to relist by the looks of things. Get these orders out of the way quickly. This will get us our fused vitality weekly stuff out of the way, so I don't have to think about it. Few resource procs there, don't mind if I do. Pick some auctions. Actually, let's go grab or hand in the 2 weekly quests. Yeah, I need to get this coffee in me first thing this morning because I'm combination. I've also decided to take this mini detox week at the same week where my hay fever seems to be going bananas. I can't breathe, and my eyes are itchy as sin. I was very, very close to not streaming today, but I slapped myself and was like, "Come on, don't be a wuss. It's reset day. Go play some games, have fun." How is that considered other? Surely they were expired. Sure, just take all the expireds then. Plus you like it? Well, yeah, obviously. Obviously. You think I'd religiously do this 5 days a week if I didn't like you lot? Crazy talk. Right, get that scan going and I'll go grab me coffee. So much of this 133 gear knocking about right now. Need to be a little bit more proactive with selling some of it. The 133 stuff I'm not bothered about. I think the 133 stuff will hold its value throughout the whole expansion. So I don't actually mind sitting on this and it taking a while to sell. The 220 gear though, I'm a little bit more cautious to get the last of it shifted. Because once we go into a new patch, the 220 gear will probably no longer be the highest item level, easily acquirable BOEs. Means they'll lose their value like super fast. How's the mosquito bites? You know what? I got a 4th mosquito bite on the back of my hand yesterday when I was out with one of the dogs. And I was like, this is taking the piss now. Genuinely taking the piss. They're not too bad though. They're not too bad. I ran out of inventory space again. I'm using this flipping slightly different setup for Bagnator and I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure I'm convinced. Oh snap. What's the crafting cost on these? No, TSM, stop telling me what the crafting cost is with concentration. $50k deposit price. Fuck me. Still happy you moved away from Helsinki. Did you not get... is there no mosquitoes in Helsinki? I suppose there's always the breeze, isn't there? These rebounded back yet? Not really. Not really. Let's put those in there, see if anybody wants to play, reset the ingot market since it's reset day. I think I've at least a dozen bites after waking up today. It's really wild this year. Yeah, some years it's definitely worse than others, isn't it? I think everything's a bit chaotic this year. I think we're in for... I mean, we're already having an above average temperature summer. Spring was once again very, very quick. This makes me think that all the bugs and stuff might be out in force. Who knows? Oh shit, why have I got so many gloaming alloys as well? Need to sack off some of these. Oh, these are still cheap, aren't they? These are still cheap. We're not playing that cheap game. Whack them in there. Wasn't today the abundance change? I didn't get the prompt to choose how many dun-duns I want to use at once. Is there a pre-quest or something? No, the patch is next week. It's in the 1207 patch, which is next week. You're a week ahead of yourself, Pagby. Go back to bed. Come back next week. You're ahead of yourself, lad. $32 in. I've got to go to work, which means wearing a suit. 32 in a suit is fine as long as you're allowed to take your jacket off, like, double time, right? Quick time. And you can stay in the shade. Right, where are we going here? More points into here, I guess. Why did I stop at 20 here? Armor crafting is 15% faster. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Alright, let's work on just unlocking stuff then. Unlock more recipes, please. Vests and helms and shoulders. Unlock braces first. Because these three clash with tier. Okay. That's leather working. Yeah, a nice linen suit would do you nicely. I envy people that have enough money to have like multiple suits. I haven't bought a new suit in years. And I could really do with one. Every guy needs a solid suit in the wardrobe. Hang on, why am I stacking more points in here? I must be stacking more points. Oh, probably to unlock the third one. Okay. Wang them in. Okay. Right. Not messing around with any of this other stuff today. I think, to be honest, it's time to basically bounce over to the NA, I think. I got me Mythic 10 to do, just so I've got something in the vault for next week that I really don't want to do, but otherwise I've got nowhere to do or nowhere to go. Farming myth crests is the only form of progression my character has now, really. I need 80 for another piece of crafted gear. And then I think it's basically 80 to upgrade every piece of myth gear we get as well. Time to set up a new streaming goal to buy a suit. I'd struggle to class it as a business expense as well. Unless I sit here streaming in a suit a few days. Then it's classed as a business expense, I suppose, isn't it? Always thinking. Yeah, I think I'm about to bounce over to the NA realm and go poke around with some lumber again. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. First a branding image. What, should I buy a gold suit? Would that do it for you? That would be the clickbait thumbnail, wouldn't it? You lot have got gold caps. I got a gold suit, mate. Fun fact, my uncle got married in a bright yellow suit. This was some time ago, though. But men will start getting more fashion choices soon. I'm super happy. My cousin's daughter's fiance, yep, is wearing a purple suit to the wedding. Can't wait to see the pictures. That's cool. Pikachu, yeah, yeah. Thinking about it, he probably did look pretty Pikachu-esque. They also turned up to the wedding in a helicopter, so you know they were definitely trying to make an impression. Oh yeah, I was farming up some Warlords of Draenor lumber. I've never farmed Shadow Moon lumber because I just never have needed to. And so I put together a bit of a route for Shadow Moon Valley. And I'm going to be frank, farming lumber in flipping Draenor sucks ass. Genuinely. It's terrible. I was really struggling to keep above 150 lumber an hour. I think I got to 167 lumber an hour and I was like, right, I'm bored now. This is mental. Maybe we need to find another couple of zones. We did sell a piece of our decor though, Grand Drapes of the Exiles yesterday. Oh, something's expired. And a few other bits and bobs. Maybe we start the day with a cheeky cancel scan. That purple suit, the Joker. That's true, actually. All bad guys end up wearing odd-coloured suits, don't they? Probably why your standard black and creams and navy blues and stuff stayed fashionable. Yeah, one day I'll have enough money so that I can have like a proper summer wardrobe. Proper summer suit wardrobe. You know, a selection of like 5 or 6 different shirts, a selection of 5 or 6 different pants. Unfortunately, guys can just sort of interchange them all mostly. I don't envy body type 2s who have to like buy a summer dress and then feel the need to never wear it more than once. I've never understood that. People so concerned that, oh, but I wore this dress last time. Look, love, I can't even remember your name, never mind what you're wearing. Daytime. Beautiful. Anybody got any words of wisdom on Warlords of Draenor lumber? Because Shadow Moon Valley, I mean, it works. Need to cut this little bit out the route. But, I mean, it works. It's not super duper. Spires of Iraq seems to present a more default route. But it does feel as if Spires of Iraq is scarcer for wood, at least in terms of spawns. Is Talador going to be the play? Just doing laps around Talador? Orna Grand? Seems quite... Other than round the Oshugun crystally bit. Also seems relatively sparse, but maybe it's deceptive. Gorgrand just seems dead on arrival, really. There doesn't seem to be enough going on in Gorgrand to make it worth. And the irony of all ironies that Tanan Jungle literally has basically no lumber spawns in it, apparently. Unless, I don't know. And Frostfire Ridge it's all in the snow, isn't it? So this place is useless. It's either completely and utterly useless, or it's just not been farmed enough for there to be lots of data on it, but the ground's a bit more open, might be easier to spot the stuff, might be easier to fly. I mean, we can give Nagrand a go. We can give Nagrand a go. I've only got 84 Shadow Moon lumber, so I could do with another 100, 150 lumber at least. So maybe we'll give it a blast. Go over here somewhere and just do what's what. Oh, view distance on max is kind of wild in this game now. Why is the skybox in WOD? High can we go? Pretty high. They really do like the spiky terrain style, don't they? Even the grasslands end up feeling very spiky. Lots of trees in Talador, so I guess it makes sense. I was thinking about this as well, actually, while I was flying around here. It's easy to forget that this is, like, meant to be Outlands in a different time zone. Or at least I easily forget that it's meant to be Outlands in a different time zone. And when you think about it, if we're going back to Northrend, are they going to do something similar? Are they going to completely rebuild Northrend with new modern vibes? Is this going to be considered the old Northrend? And now I don't know. How are they going to do that? I don't know. I need somebody smarter than me with the storyline to tell me what's going on with that. But it sounds intriguing. This is, yes, a much more open zone. If there is sufficient nodes out here, let me use my roots add-on to build a basic route for out here. Add lumber Manthius in the Grand. Take the data from Shadow Moon Lumber gate route. There's a spiky son of a bitch. Right. Now we switch it up some. We change the line settings a little bit. Change this to 50. This to 50. Change the color to this. Boom. Right, now we optimize the route. Cluster the shit out of it. Extra optimization. Bang it out. That still seems too wiggly to me. It doesn't feel like there is enough nodes to justify that length of a route, but we'll see. We'll give it a test. Right, let's restart the session. Let's grab a loot appraiser. Oh, I don't have any recipes that use Shadow Moon lumber yet, I don't think. Meaning, I don't think I can get a price on lumber. Shadow Moon lumber. No, I can't use my custom price on Shadow Moon lumber yet. Regardless of that, what is its custom price? Have I even done the custom price source for it? Shadow Moon lumber. Shadow Moon lumber is not called Shadow Moon lumber, is it? What's it called? Is it Dark Pine lumber? No, it is called Shadow Moon lumber. Oh shit! I don't even have a custom. Oh no, I do have a custom price source for it. I am lying. Tooltips. Telling you, I'm tired today. Shadow Moon Lumber, 323 gold. 323 gold. Plus or minus bonus mats, which are in WOD are probably free. This might be a sign that of the fact that farming lumber here is brutally annoying. Meaning the the value of it might even be better. More spice. You can also do the foreground optimization multiple times. Sometimes it improves the route. I generally do it until I get the same distance 3 or 4 times back to back. That's true. You can optimize on top of the optimized route. I'll start with this basic one just to see how it feels, because we might sack off the entire zone real fast. I'm not gonna try and optimize it too much until I know if it's worth doing. Pretty zone though. Alright, let's get some zooms on. It's going to report each piece of lumber at 15 silver. So the loot appraiser is actually kind of useless for this. Until I get a recipe that can use it. I can't get a map price for it through TSM. Weird that way. So Tyrion, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Any rares worth killing out here? I can't imagine they are they? Vendors for gold? No. Hard ignore all the rares, I think. Check to see if any of them drop a mount or something silly. Oh, in fact, no, this is NA. I couldn't care less. I've just realised. Like, yeah, on my EU account, I'd care if any of them dropped a mount or something like that, but not on the NA account. No. We're not getting into that craziness over on NA. Start caring about collections on 2 realms, you've got to be mad. Dropped a BOE, it would be a different story, but... Hello? Oh, we might ding level 80 as well soon by the looks of things. Second bonus druid. I kind of half feel that switching every time you ding 80 on a druid, you should probably just switch and start leveling a new one. Because once you're past level 30, 35, you can farm half the old lumbers on a level 40, 45 druid completely comfortably with no downsides whatsoever. At least getting experience and at least leveling them up. At least there's the opportunity for a wombo combo. Get some levels. Thank you for keeping the YouTube stream. Yeah, I don't mind doing the multi-streaming. It's always a lot quieter over on Team YouTube. In terms of, you know, both views and chatter and whatever, but also in terms of the fact there's no music on the YouTube side, so if you detest my music choice on any given day, that's partly the reason I keep the YouTube one around. Also, YouTube keeps my VODs indefinitely, whereas even as a Twitch partner, they delete my VODs after, like, what was it, 30 days, 60 days. Because Twitch can't figure out how to make enough money. I must admit, though, the mathematics of that confuses me. How the hell can, Google basically give everybody unlimited video storage? Like, for free. Like, I know how YouTube makes money. It's all via ads, but even the ads are on rev split with whoever makes them. The cost of just video storage. It must be one of those that 99% of YouTube channels just cost YouTube money. And it's the 1% that make all the money. Make so much money, they cover the cost for everybody else. YouTube makes money from companies paying for ads and from people with premium blocking the ads. Genius. YouTube operates at a loss last time I checked. I mean, it took YouTube 10 years to make any money, but they are definitely not running at a loss these days. Absolutely not. Premium, though, probably does. YouTube Premium probably does a lot of heavy lifting. I've literally had YouTube Premium since the day it came out. Same with Twitch Turbo. I can't stress enough that for you guys here who are here on the regular. Now, obviously, I love the fact that people sub to the stream. Supports me directly. Helps take away the ads off the stream. I love that. I'm not gonna, I'm never gonna knock that. But for you guys who are here regularly, I am baffled if any of you don't have Twitch Turbo. I mean, if you do purely just watch like 1, 2, 3 streamers and you're happy to sub directly to those and you have no intention of ever watching anybody else, then fine. But I can't help but think that this platform is borderline impossible to use without Twitch Turbo. I do hope Twitch comes up with a better solution than just spamming everybody with yet more and more and more and more ads as time goes on. Kind of crazy now with the AI slop dumped there. I'm surprised they've not capped video storage. YouTube are actually, believe it or not, very hot on their policies and removing channels that break their policies. I'm not going to go into details on why I know so much about this, but they, yeah, like anything that is like just pure AI generated videos will be removed from the platform very quickly. Unless, of course, it's getting good views. That's the difference. There are definite exceptions to the rule. just watching you, that's mostly it. Sometimes Goldson, but recently he started streaming at the same time. But yeah, him being in Team Australia, it's probably like, what, 6 p.m. for him? 6, you know, it's literally Australian prime time. It's why I've, you know, my stream slot has always, we've always had a few of Team Australia knocking about, because it's absolute prime time for them right now. And so yeah, it was always going to be, there's always the strong chance of a clash in time, but it's all good. You can go watch Goldson if I bore you, and vice versa. I don't mind. Looks like it's way in profit now. A good number of reported 20 billion reports. Could even be quarterly. Feels like that's... Yeah. YouTube is definitely making money these days. There's no denying that. They went a long time where they weren't. But they definitely make money these days. I was not farming lumber there. What was I doing there? Probably level mining or something. Yeah, it's this weirdly because of garrisons existing, most of the Warlords of Draenor zones are just like literally graveyards, because nobody has any real reason other than the odd weird ATT collector. Nobody has any reason whatsoever to ever be here. In fact, the only thing that keeps any relevance to the WOD zones is the fact that they've historically been pretty efficient for leveling because of the bonus objectives in them. And that it was one of the first expansions that had like a more modern approach to quest design, where everything is in hubs, meaning that you could like pick up 7 or 8 quests in one go and go bang them all out in about 10 minutes flat. Like the efficiency of the zones from questing was quite good. One of the things that Warlords of Draenor actually was like the zone and the leveling experience was actually really good. The whole expansion just gets a bad rap because there was basically nothing to do after the first 3 months, and then we had a 13-month break until the next expansion. What one are you? Oh, I dear. What are we up to? 207 lumber an hour is our going rate as of right now, which is still not anything overly special, but but it does feel like a more chill zone to farm in, at least. Does any of the ore actually have any value? $63 silver? Nope. Oh my lord. Actually, I should probably grab some of these flight paths. I literally don't even have the flight paths in half the expansions.
Keep it real.
It makes me giggle. You know how, yesterday I was talking about, like, maybe using my spare druid and giving him a bit of a speed set. And and then later that very same day, Elon bangs out a "here's an easy way to make a speed set" video. I was like, that couldn't be more perfectly timed if I tried. So perfectly timed, you'd have thought I'd have planned it. But that might be an alternative side quest for when we get bored of farming the lumber. I don't really ever want to, like, do more than about an hour's worth of lumbering farming a day. Simply because I don't want farming the lumber to end up being the big chore. It's obviously, it's you know, it's the grease that keeps the wheels spinning. So there's no getting away from farming the lumber, but I want to make sure I split things up a little bit. You know, take an hour to farm up some lumber so we keep the stocks, you know, buoyant. But I then don't mind spending an hour doing, you know, something else that's like related, whether it be leveling up other professions or doing a recraft or whatever the case may be. One of those things could be filling some of the downtime whilst we are inevitably waiting for some of the decor to sell, filling the downtime with other simple goal-making activities. That's where in comes the possible speed set, just to have a druid that can go out and, you know, grab a few things where necessary. Should we care to explore those avenues. Oh, I'm struggling to keep this number above 200 lumber an hour. It's been 15 minutes without a cancel scan on me decor. I'm getting itchy to do a repost, but can't stop because I need to keep this number, you know, good. Oh, a +3 and then a +2 straight after. Well, that's definitely going to help keep the numbers good. Is anybody feeling World Cup hype yet? Technically starts tomorrow, doesn't it? It still feels really weird to me that what is probably the world's second biggest sporting event after the Olympics still kind of seems like nobody cares this year for some reason. For a lot of Europeans, unfortunately, it's going to be very difficult to care with the unfortunate timing of it all. A BOE. And a mass BOE. For some reason, we all know the reason. Look, I'm trying to not get too political. Referees and players are not allowed into the country. I know, that's flipping ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, the Somalian referee. Did you see the BBC made a bit of a balls up on reporting that. I saw this on TikTok this morning. This made me giggle a lot. The BBC were reporting on the fact that the Somalian referee was turned back round. And the BBC reported it as Somalia's top refugee was turned away. I was like, oh no, that's a slip up. No. Somebody's read the auto cue wrong there. Not Somalia's top refugee. Oh dear. So close, but so far. Oh, 220 an hour. Good. We're keeping this number good. I like 250 an hour. 250 an hour is the number I like. But I'll take 220. Maybe 220 on a first lap is not terrible results because we're still figuring out where the spawns are. Just imagine what's supposed to be a career highlight ruined, and for what? You also seen the half of the players are having to wear like learner badges, all because of some Tops collectible card thing. You've got for any player who it's their first World Cup. Now, in some scenarios, that means like entire whole teams are having to wear like these learner badges. I think they say debut on them, on their shirts, and they have to wear these badges so that after the World Cup, those badges can then be made into cards and collector items or something. It's so ridiculous. Zero hype this year. It's kind of crazy that the US managed to organise a World Cup even more controversial than Qatar. Yeah, you know? How is that even possible? People were like, the Saudis have bought the World Cup. It's not right. It's not right. And now it's gone, and now it's gone to America, and it's somehow worse. I mean, for the good of the game, I hope it ends up being a good tournament at least. But there's a bunch of weird-ass rule changes. There's which you know some of these rule changes are going to catch people off and just cause controversy. Like that substitution 10-second rule, right? You know there's going to be some anal referee about that that's going to start booking people and dishing out cards and ruining some like, it's just going to be horrible. Like, some fucking Jobsworth is going to be on one of these new rules. It's going to cause so much drama. So what's that? What's it? When a substitution is made, the player that is being substituted has 10 seconds to leave the pitch. And they have to leave the pitch by the, shortest route to leave the pitch. In some sort of, like, means to prevent teams using substitutions as a way to, like, run the clock at the end of the game or something, but I'm of the belief that that's just a tactic of the game now. It's not, I mean, it kind of always has been, you know? Teams always will often strategically, if they don't need it, save a substitution until the 90th minute. You know why? Because then you can run the clock by a minute. And if your team hasn't done a good enough job putting the ball in the back of the net in the first 90, then that should be on them, shouldn't it? They should have done a better job in the first 89 minutes. Change it from 90 minutes to an active 60 minutes. I mean, that's... game's cooked at that point. Lost the plot if we go that route. Honestly. Might as well call it soccer or something stupid at that point. Substitutions cost a goal? Oh my god, can you imagine? No, stay on the pitch. You're not coming off. I don't care if your leg's in 3 pieces. We're only 1-0 up. Fucking man up. Didn't they do that, that equivalent of the Olympics? But, oh, what did they call it? It was the Olympics, but without all the doping rules. Where the players were able to take fucking all the steroids they want. What was it called? They did it recently. And some of the athletes were like, yeah, I signed up to do this because it was fucking ludicrous money. People earn enough money from, you know, competing in that once. More than they would have in like 10 years of being a Olympic athlete normally. The enhanced games, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, they did this literally quite recently. The surprising thing is that not many world records and stuff were beaten. Even though the athletes were allowed to get like properly jacked. Oh, ding 80. Nice. Oh, sold some adder's tongue. That's an odd thing to sell, but I'll take it. Well, we already have the similar rule that the goalkeeper must kick the ball within 7 seconds or they get a yellow card. It's almost never applied. The problem is, though, is that, like I mentioned, it only takes that one fucking job's worth to ruin the fun for everybody, doesn't it? Now, I know, you know, those rules are those are kind of like white lie kind of rules, aren't they? They're kind of rules to kind of keep people in check, but you don't need to like aggressively enforce them. It's just basically saying, right, don't take the piss with, you know, don't be standing there for 30 seconds to a minute just like trying to organize shit when, you know, you're just holding the game up deliberately. We can see what you're doing. It's like, it's the gentlemanly agreement that you just don't take the piss, isn't it? These aren't really rules that need to be heavily enforced. Look at fucking NBA basketball. Like, the traveling rule in basketball is so loosely applied these days, it's unreal. I don't watch much basketball, but it's the first thing that came to my mind as, well, like, one of those rules that's just kind of become a bit of a, you know, a kind of a nothing burger kind of rule. That said, there are some rules that definitely need to be need to be taken into careful consideration. I mean, I don't particularly want to spark the VAR debate, but I'm mostly of the opinion that VAR can fuck off at this point. Why have we got you know, why is there a referee on the pitch if we're just going to ask ChatGPT if it was offside or not? Read somewhere that a few winners were actually clean athletes. That means that some of the contestants, even juiced, are not good enough. Yeah, I know a couple of actual professional athletes. A family member is he's a seasoned professional ice hockey player, like properly professional ice hockey player. And there is a next level. Like, professional athletes that these days are just next level. You know, there's a significant difference between somebody that's fit and keeps themselves healthy and a professional athlete still. Like, so it doesn't really surprise me that people could get, like, completely fucking juiced and yet still not compete with these professional athletes, because professional athletes are just on another level. When you have dedicated your life to sculpting your body in such a way that it can do a very specific thing better than literally anybody on the planet, there does actually come a point where no amount of flipping steroids or drugs or, you know, is going to push somebody to that point, you know, even not naturally. But there are some events where it would just be funny, wouldn't it? You know, when you start seeing the world's strongest man running the 100-meter sprint in 6 seconds, you just want to see it, don't you? I've always wondered why the really tall, you know, the super tall 8-foot NBA basketball players, for example, why don't they do like the 100-meter sprint? Surely their stride is about 3 of any regular athletes. So that the 100-meter sprint for them is like a 33-meter sprint for everybody else. Why aren't they super fast at running? I think there's a few athletes that should have an alternative career path. Something in the bank in case the primary option doesn't play out. $117. Oh, I've just realised I did a bit of this lumber farming last night, which means I should actually be... Oh, this is my target. I'm 202 out of 250. I'll probably go as long as it takes me to hit my target of 250 for each lumber in each zone. I like 250 as a nice stockpile. At least at this point, when I don't have many professions and don't have many decor recipes, 250 lumber should actually, you know, keep me going. Should allow me to recraft a few things a couple of times without having to go back to the zone and farm more. Long term, 250 of each lumber is not going to cut it, but it's technically 250 lumber's about half of one of everything. So, not even enough to craft one of every recipe that it makes. She was sleepwalking a minute ago. Oh, she might actually be awake now. She was doing all the running in the sleep. I only got the 2 puppies in here today. Solo's in the main house. Nips was flat on the floor. Alma Lamas is having some clearly lucid dreams. Oh, big stretches. Big stretches. He's chilling. Tested the druid-ass mount for lumbering with 2 characters. Even with the achievement, I still had to dismount. Yeah, I thought that was the rule. I did think you have to dismount, yeah. Even still, if you dual box it that way, it is still more efficient. It's only about 50% more efficient, but it's not double. You're not getting double the amount of lumber, but, you know, 50% more is, you know, it should probably get you to a point where you can do 300 lumber an hour plus, like, comfortably. Whereas to do 300 plus lumber an hour on a single account, you kind of have to, zug pretty aggressively. Perfect zone, perfect route, you know, no competition, no distractions, no squirrels. Have I picked up any true iron? Is true iron worth anything these days? No. Oh, stupid druid. Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with 50% more, can you? 50% more is 50% more. More is always more, but... I'm going to be honest, there's probably going to come a point with this where I won't even want to be using dragon riding. There'll probably come a point where lumber per hour stops being a metric that I really care about, and that it'll just be, oh, I need 50, I need 100 more of this lumber. I'll just go get it. Like, you know, you're willing to go get it, you go get it. There's always two ways to do this. Like, when you start calculating metrics on a per hourly basis, then, well, you very quickly find yourself in a world where you are hyper-focused, zerging, min-maxing absolutely everything, which is a choice. It's a playstyle choice. Your alternative choice is to flat out ignore all of that, jazz, disable dragon riding, pick up steady flight, and just switch off your brain and watch Netflix and gather a couple of hundred lumber across a couple of hours and not worry about the time that you've spent doing it. That, I think, is probably the most comfortably natural way to treat lumber long term. But when you're starting, once you get in, you know, getting off the ground, once you get in that, you know, that inventory of lumber crafted, I think trying to optimize your farming is sensible. Because you are just kind of like when you're building up your initial stockpile of decor in the first place, you're genuinely being held back mostly by the fact that you just don't have enough lumber. So fixing that problem ASAP will get you to some results quicker, I think. How long have we been doing this for now? 38 minutes. 130 lumber. Still technically above 200 lumber an hour, but not by much. A couple of ×2 and ×3 procs definitely help, though. Light point here I should probably at least grab.
Yo, what's up?
Yoink.
Have a good one.
Tim, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome. Nice to see more chatter on Team YouTube. I mean, I am still kind of hoping that there's enough milk in the Decor cash cow left for this whole adventure to be worthwhile. But even if we end up in a position where we've got all the lumber we can possibly farm, we've got all the recipes, got everything pre-crafted, and we're still aggressively trying to sell it and it just doesn't shift. Now, I really don't see this being a thing. I really do not see this being a thing because we've always got options on where and how we sell it as well. But even if this does end up being a dead dodo, it will have at least got the NA account up to speed. And we'll have learnt a few things from it anyway. Is this leveling or... well, at the moment, we're trying to farm up some lumber because my main goal, really, is to grab a whole bunch of the old professions, grab a bunch of the decor recipes, and use lumber and decor crafting as a way to get midnight. That's kind of the main... No, that's the headline reason for why we're doing this. Because, of course, you don't need the midnight expansion to do any of this. None of it whatsoever. Just an active sub is enough for you to get pretty much all of this up and running. Next week's patch has housing updates too, doesn't it? Good question. I think unless it has, which I don't believe it does, unless it has the sort of import-export copy-paste features in it, which I think they'll probably save for the 0.1 patch, even if it's kind of almost ready. That would be a feature big enough to bring a lot of people back to, I think. How long do I think it will take? Don't know, is the honest answer. I put a month of game time on the account, and we've been doing it for a couple of hours every day, just to try and get things up and running. You have to front load a lot of the effort with this. You have to farm the lumber. You can't craft decor if you haven't farmed the lumber, so you're going to need to farm the lumber, and you're going to need to farm the lumber in lots of different expansions. That's going to take a little bit of time. I'm also struggling with the fact that this is a brand new account. I have no gold on this account. I have no characters leveled on this account. You know, it's basically a brand new account. Meaning we've had to take some time to level a few alts. I mean, this druid is only just dinged level 80, for example. I'm sort of throwing a couple of hours a day at this, just to see how it plays out. With no real expectations of it being the meta, the most quickest and easiest way to make gold. You know, I'm not trying to make a clickbait YouTube video out of this. I'm merely just seeing, is this a system that once you've got the basics up and running with it, once you've got the decor recipes, once you've already got comfortable farming the lumber in each of the zones, is it a chill alternative to what often ends up being 10, 15,000 gold an hour via herbing and mining? If we don't try it, if we don't build out the system, we'll never know. now's a good time to do it because my EU account, there's not too much I want to be doing on it. Can't be too many. 7 pieces of lumber away, apparently, according to my little tracker. Until we get the achievement for WOD. Which is nothing more than a status symbol, really, because we can already... We're druid, it doesn't matter. We can already gather lumber walls mounted. It's going to be funny. I'm going to have all of these achievements on my NA account before I have them on the EU account. Which is a bit silly. I already know that decor market is still, you know, a nice market. But I only know that from the perspective of somebody that flips the decor and flips the decor on basically every realm in the EU. Or was at one point. I'm not doing it currently, but I did for a while. You know, at that level of scale, loads of money in decor. Loads of money. We were making 15 to 30 million gold a month. Loads of money. But when you slow it down and you know you're doing the farming and you're doing the crafting yourself, then well, it might be different. But like I said, we don't know until we do it. There's definitely a lot of nodes that haven't been tracked previously. So when I look at the GatherMate 2 data, there is a strong probability that some of the zones that look a little bit empty might just look empty because they just haven't been farmed that much. And all the node locations haven't been found or tracked. There we go. There's the Warlord's Lumberjack achievement. Beautiful. 250 Shadow Moon lumber. I need to backtrack and get some of the earlier ones. We've missed a couple. We've missed a couple, haven't we? We've missed vanilla. We've missed... how far have we got on some of these? Classically trained lumber, 177. Outlandish lumber, 176. Wrathful, 124. Yeah, we've missed a few. I need to backtrack and finish those off. Okay, cool. Let's take that lumber. Let's do a quick cancel on our already crafted stuff. Need new endeavors. I think Blizzard probably need to look at how they integrate housing. Oh, we sold a Kieran Tor Skyline banner and an Aldor bookcase. Oh, well, there we go. We've literally in 2 sales doubled our money. It's starting. It's starting, boys and girls. We're starting to get those sales. Yoink. That's single-handedly quite literally doubled the total amount of gold we have on our NA realm now. Now up to 44k. You know what we absolutely need to do now is we need to take that gold and we need to use that to level up more professions, get access to more decor recipes, and use a bunch of this stocked up lumber that we've now got pre-farmed. We're sat on nearly 1,000 lumber that hasn't been used into decor. But that's 1,000 lumber worth of gold that we don't even have the chance to realize yet because it's not crafted into anything. Let's say an average of 250 gold per piece of lumber. You know, that's a token's worth of gold right there that we've farmed, but we haven't done anything with it yet. Which means we need which is because we're running low on recipes. Now I think it becomes a smart move to use that to start leveling up some more stuff. We were doing inscription yesterday. We might finish, well, not finish, but we might use that gold to tick a few more expansions for inscription off. And we may not have to worry quite so much about counting every penny. Let's clean the inventory out a little bit of rubbish. These random ass soulbound shit. Don't need any of this. These are probably off all of the rares. Pack runner leg guards of the Peerless. Regional sale average 50 gold. Oh, vendors for 16 gold. I'll just have the 16 gold, please.
For the horde.
Couple of stray materials we can put on the auction house as well. Stray random mats. Might as well get them sold. Not doing anything sat in my bags. Where did all of these come from? I'm thinking these are probably just best off being vended. I bought 170 of them at 28 gold a piece. This was from back in the day, trying to Zerg level enchanting on something, wasn't it? Yeah, I think those just unfortunately are all going to get vended. Their vendor price is going to mean putting them on the auction house is risky.
Glory to the horde.
And I don't need them.
Farewell.
Is there a way to get the Bruto nowadays? The only way you can get it is via the black market auction house. Which it's the OG Bruto, it would be the green one. Its starting price is 5 million gold though, and often goes for more. One was on Taran Mill actually, right here, right now. I think if you, I think the Taran Mill realm has a Bruto on their black market auction house, unless somebody's already capped it.
Glad I could help.
You know, it doesn't go for instant gold cap like it used to, but its starting price is 5 million, so it's not cheap. Even if you can find it. One pops up maybe once every other week somewhere on some realm. Not very often. In other words, no, you basically can't. But pretty unanimously, people now assume that every time we have the anniversary, you'll be able to buy it from the store if you really, really, really want it. Right, tailoring an inscription. Let's get some more recipes. Get some more recipes. It's happened once so far, but now it's a surefire thing. Well, I mean, it's literally a cash cow, isn't it? Why would they not? Be real. Why would they not? Right, let's have a little looky. Actually, what was that add-on this one? This had crafting recipes. This had some tracker, didn't it? Where was it? alts. Yeah, this is a useful one. Is this shows what we've leveled profession-wise to get the decor recipes. So this shows we either need to finish classic inscription, and then mop inscription would be the next one. And I should probably WOD. Recipes for WOD always require you to do the daily cooldowns, don't they, I think? But yeah, we need to level some more inscription. Maybe we finish off. It's going to annoy me not having the 5 recipes from Classic, even though we've put 144 points into it. Maybe I finish Classic inscription. What are we doing here that gives us any points? Lions Ink. Midnight Ink. It's only 30 gold a piece for that craft. Dawn Star Ink is really cheap. We should make some strange tarot cards potentially. It costs 8 gold a skill point. Alternatively, let's have a look at crafting any of the glyphs if these are cheap enough to make some of them. At least there's the possibility of reselling some of the glyphs. They could just add some decor that would be an auction house as well for 90 bucks, for example. I mean, that's always a thing. The issue I have, though, with Blizzard these days is I think they love a good copy-paste, don't they? They love a good copy-paste. If they could just copy-paste something that they've done before, especially if that thing happens to make them lots of money, then the likelihood of them not doing it is slim. Why be creative when you can copy paste something and still make money? That's the problem. These strange turrets were like really cheap to craft. Actually, what does Zygor claim we should actually do at this point? Curiosity. We were following the Zygor profession guides previously. Inscription, leveling classic. Create 34 of whatever glyph you discovered during your research from the previous step. You can also turn any of your burnt pigments into Dawnstar inks and then make the strange tarot cards. Okay, so it's kind of half suggesting the strange tarot cards anyway, at least until we get to 150. Maybe we buy a few of these. Enough to buy... enough to get the 6 points to get to 150. Okay, yeah, they stopped guaranteeing skill points now anyway. They're into Jade Fire Inc. territory. Jade Fire Inc. territory. Go back to the trainer.
Blood and thunder! For the Horde!
Collect 80 emerald pigments. Okay, we'll go TSM, we'll go browse, we'll go... Whoa, no, hang on, wrong buttons. Calm down. Browse. Emerald pigment. Slash crafting. Then it will show me all of the herbs we could potentially purchase. Khadgar's Whiskers seems to be a cheaper way of getting emerald pigment than just paying 40 gold a piece for the emerald pigment. Holy shit. That's hella expensive. Even buying Khadgar's Whiskers stems is cheaper than buying Khadgar's Whiskers. This bit's getting real expensive. This is going to get real expensive real quick. There's no cheap way of making this emerald pigment, apparently. So, I'm actually going to potentially look at ignoring the advice as I got here. Create 40 jade fire inks to get to 155. Learn scroll of stamina and then craft it a bunch. Make a bunch of scrolls, make a bunch of scrolls, make a bunch of scrolls. Can we cheat the system a little bit here? And instead of doing this expensiveness, do just craft up some of these glyphs. These moon glowing, you know, these are only 25 gold to craft. And at least we stand the chance to be able to resell them after. Not by, probably not in fairness, but 25 gold a skill point seems cheaper than what we were doing previously. Any of them claim to be profitable? Probably not. Glyph of skeletons. Raise dead spell summons a skeleton instead of a ghoul. We'll craft a few of those. Let's just get 30. Whoa, hello, careful. Go on, please actually give us guaranteed skill points. We just do the maths on this. We need to get to skill 240, don't we? So we need another 80 points. Oh, it's only going to cost a couple of thousand gold to just mass craft these by the looks of things. Tempted to go that route rather than just messing around and then just put the glyphs in the bin. I might just 371 of these sell a day. You telling me Death Knights are buying? There's 371 Death Knights every single day that are buying this glyph. That seems like fake news to me. Surely it can only be veteran players that even know these glyphs exist. There's nothing in the game that's going to point new players to the fact that these glyphs even exist. I think the sales on these are just circle jerks of people desperately trying to reset the markets and hoping that there's some profit to be had in these. I'm not convinced there's really that many natural players consuming these glyphs. Yeah, these Jade Fire inks are 80 gold apiece. We need 3 of them for a single research point. This gets hella expensive. I'm just going to buy a shitload of Moon Glow inks, I think, you know. And just go as far as we can with these. $8, $16, $24, yeah. Buy a bunch of them. You watch, they'll now go flipping, they'll stop giving me guaranteed skill points in like 2 points or something. Might just make this glyph until it greys out. Or we get to skill 240. $180, still guaranteeing a skill point. Happily craft these all the way to skill 240. I'm never going to be that lucky though, am I? Though glyphs always was the main reason you used inscription though. When was inscription added? TBC? No. Wrath? No. I can't remember. It's technically the newest profession, isn't it? So actually, like, classic inscription is like retrofit. Is it really mop? Is it that late? We had dual crafting in TBC. Archaeology, I think, was added in Cataclysm. Oh, he's still guaranteeing skill points. These take me all the way to 240. I'm a happy goblin. Inscription was Wrath of the Lich King. Okay, there we go. I remember it being the early days. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to come back to me now. I think I pretty much paid for my Spectral Tiger off the back of Inscription. Of selling glyphs. Oh shit, I've way flown past where we need to go. Genius. Well, I can't leave it at 248. We can't leave it at odd numbers. There we go, 250, that'll do. them in the bin. Whoa, 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 no, that's not what I meant.
Mukra.
This is the problem being, like... Oh, no, we're only level 43 on this, dude. Why are these prices so spicy? Oh, I should switch Chromie Time on. Chromie Time makes all these prices basically free. Where's me decor, though? Here we go. Brill coffin. 50 gold a piece. Scammed. Coffin lid, bookcase, totem, and an ironforged table. There we go. That's what we wanted.
Victory.
That's what we're here for.
Speak.
What can I help you with?
Sack off these. See you later. Any of this rubbish. These stupid beetles.
Go with honor.
Okay. Now we take these recipes and we favorite them. They're easy to spot. And what we should probably do is a little cheeky little recraft to get some of these made. What's the damage on these crafting cost wise? Let's have a little looky. Do I have that much ironwood lumber? I should have enough. Saying on a brill coffin. 2k to craft it. Listed at about 15k right now. Materials wise is not too expensive. The essence of undeath. Oh, I'm actually out of cash monies on this dude though. Oh, I'm not going all the way to the bank when I've got a button that brings the bank to me. Right, let's grab some mats to buy these then. Essence of Undeath. Birth. An Ink of the Sky. Something tells me that we could get these cheaper, but... Real Coffin Lid. More Essence of Undeath. Essence of Earth. Why is Undeath so much more expensive? Ah, this is another one that uses a shitload of these scrolls of intellect. We determined there was a cheaper way of making these yesterday, I think. I'll buy the dense stone and I'll buy the thorium bars. These, I think we can craft these ourselves for a fraction of this price. I'm pretty sure of it. Essence of Earth, we're basically free. Fiery inks are also basically free. Love to see it. And the table. 2 silver bars. Yoink. Royal inks. Flipping out, there's really not many of these in existence, is there? Enchanted leather. Ooh, you're spicy. Right, it's just those, just these things. The Scroll of Intellect. Scroll of Intellect 4. Now, why do we not have a crafting cost on this? This because this is a recipe that we haven't actually bothered to learn. Scroll of Intellect 4.
Trollhal.
Scroll of Intellect. Scroll of Intellect 4. Yoink.
Dabu.
Scroll of Intellect 4. Holy moly, it's the Celestial Inks. Okay, we need to see just what the damage is on the Celestial Ink.
Strength and honor.
Celestial Ink. Shimmering Ink. Oh, have we not got that yet? Wait, why do we not have Celestial Ink?
Farewell.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Why was I not seeing a crafting cost of that? Hang on, I haven't showed TSM half of the stuff we know how to do yet, that's why. Celestial Inks. 16 gold a piece. That's much cheaper. That's a much cheaper route. If I go and we go restock groups and we do decor, we didn't buy the Titan steel bars yesterday because we didn't have enough gold, and I also don't think I want to spend the gold on the Titan steel bars today either. The spell cloth we can probably afford, but I don't really want to right now. Oh, and we've sold these, so we should recraft them. Okay, that's fine. Gather. Task list. Let's let TSM grab the rest of the mats we need for all of this shenanigans. Right, I tell you what, before I get too deep into this, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I'm busting for a pee. We'll be back in 2. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Right, let's grab some mats. Wait, hang on, this is another scroll we need. Wait, did I get my numbers backwards? This is now Scroll of Intellect 6. I swear I was looking at Scroll of Intellect 4 a minute ago. Maybe I need both. Asking me to straight up buy 50 of these, but there's only 2 of them on the cheap. I'll buy the 2 then. Frostweave cloth. Probably turning that into some bolts, clearly. Bolt of imbued netherweave is probably easier and cheaper to buy than crafting the damn stuff. Need a handful of primal earth, that's fine. Infinite dust. 16 eternal fires, 70 gold apiece. I swear you can actually just go and buy these for like 50 gold, but it's hassle, innit? Primal mana is a little bit more expensive than we want to. Now we're back into the world of Moonshroud, which is significantly more expensive than we should be spending. I wonder if making this ourselves... We bought some of it the other day, though. Paid 150 the other day. Yeah, look, it can be made for the cost of about 105 gold. You just have to go to the place to make it. Was that Moonshroud or something else? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not convinced I'm buying this. These are all quite expensive. I mean, the dyes I couldn't care less. These are cheap. Oh yes, Scroll of Intellect 6. Description. Craft a few things. Craft these ethereal inks. This is what I like about TSM. It does the maths for you, and so will tell you to craft an intermediate when it sort of when it makes sense. Lots of frost we've made. Oh no, we might actually be short on the ironwood lumber. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Craft up the spell weaves. Okay, now we're missing stuff again. It says these are really expensive, but that's still not the worst price for these, honestly. Easier than going to Northrend to try and buy the damn things. Violet pigment and these, though, I'm less inclined to buy right now at these prices. I might need to take a closer look at that. Hello? These achievements. Craft 1,000 times with the tailoring profession. Nice. Wonder what we've crafted 1,000 times with on this account already. I mean, I guess these bolts add up fast, but I didn't think we'd crafted 1,000 of anything. If only multicraft and resourcefulness was retrofitted to the rest of the game. Don't know if that's a good idea or not, though. Oh yeah, we need Scroll of Intellect 4 and we need Scroll of Intellect 6. We actually need both of them. I hadn't even realised we needed 2 different Scroll of Intellects. That'll be where all these Celestial Links are coming from then. Alright, we're going to start with the basics. We're going to craft these up. And I don't actually have enough lumber to craft. Oh, these are Remember lumbers. And that's iron. Okay, I don't have enough to craft this bookcase anyway. So these Scrolls of Intellect, not too much of an issue for me right now. Because I'm short on the wood. That's fine. We got a few more things crafted nonetheless. And we'll figure these out next time. We'll figure those out next time. Doing mailbox groups. Send them off. Okay. And let's get them listed. We'll get those on the auction house, and then I think Mop Inscription is the next port of call. Leveling Mop Inscription. And whatever that entails. We need to spend this gold, you see. I can't have all of this gold lying about. If we haven't spent it, it's not doing anything for us. Apologise that it's mostly dark on a lot of these characters, but at NA times it's like what's the locals? It's like 6 AM. 6 AM NA times. Quick cancel scan while we're here. Oh, a bunch of shit that's about to expire as well. There's any decor that's about to expire. Manual, cancel that off. One, two, three, four that we're not willing to be competitive on. We're the only person posting an Elder Rise rug. That's funny. I don't mind being literally the only person having a piece of decor for sale. Means we get to set the price for it. 15k for a rug. Yes, please. Right, so how many pieces of decor is that now? 27 pieces of decor for sale. Getting there. 27, that's like 10% of what's actually possible. 10% of roughly what's available in the game right now. That 10% is currently listed for a total of 380k. 380k, add a 0 on the back of that. There's about I mean, some of these are inflated prices as well, to be fair, but there's probably 3 to 4 million gold worth of decor just having one of everything listed. Oh, I thought that was a piece of decor then. It's a stupid piece of fur. Stupid piece of sumptuous fur. Not what we want to... Well, we'll sell it. We'll take it, but it's not what we wanted. Right. Mop inscription then. Yeah, inscription's turning out to be a good one for just giving us quick and easy access to a bunch of recipes. You know, every time we level an expansion of inscription, it's another 4, 5, 6 recipes, which is cool. Definitely helps. How do I get all of these things to just go away permanently? Maybe do the thing that they're telling me to do, which is spend my talents. Right. Mop inscription. Where are we going with this? Let's ask old buddy, old pal Zygor to begin with. No, not old section. Professions. Inscription. Leveling guides. Panda. Shadow pigments times lots. How do we get shadow pigment on the cheap? Oh, I think we just buy shadow pigment. There's no mess in here. We just straight up buy shadow pigment because it's basically free. We need 330 of it for the grand total of 200 gold. Easy win. Yoink. Can't argue with that one. Okay, this might end up being a cheap one. Cheap ones are good. We'll take cheap ones. That's all of the flipping green tea leaf that basically nobody ever wants whilst farming ghost iron ore. That's probably making that pigment super cheap. Yeah, mop. We should probably get WOD inscription done as well. Need to get the rest of the scribes rocking and rolling. We'll probably end up with like 50, 60 decor recipes just by leveling inscription. And that's really where I'm at right now. I'm just trying to get my hands on as many different recipes as I can, to be honest. Oh, it's in the building, isn't it? Slowly and surely coming to... Yeah, I mean, it's coming together. We're getting there. We're starting to sell a few pieces of decor as well. You know, by having a few things crafted, having a few things listed, it's starting to happen. Going on it. What's happened with my inscription window? Who broke it? Who broke it? On Kakapoopoo. It's been a bit more of a slow burn than I would have liked it to have been. But the fact that we spent basically the first week doing this, just like leveling the druid and farming up some basic lumber. Because of course I am only trying to do a couple of hours of this a day. Not, you know, not sweaty degen gamering this 8 hours a day. This is just a, you know, a bit of a side hustle. Ink of Dreams, here we go. After 165 of these, you'll need them later. Well, actually, we're not going to go all the way to 75, are we? We're only going to go to about skill 60, so we probably don't even need half of these. Craft these all the way to skill 20. Might not make all of the Ink of Dreams, just because I don't need to. We'll make some more if we need some more. Create research Ink of Dreams, get to level 70. Wow, is that literally is this literally the leveling path? Okay, this seems to be straightforward. Oh no, wait, hang on. Where's our Oh, there it is. Why does it claim it's 76 gold crafting cost? Doesn't make any sense. Is there any value in banging these out? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Glyphs don't give us skill points. Okay, maybe we do need to make more of those Ink of Dreams. Right, this looks like Panda Inscription is basically free, which is cool. This is going to be another 5 or 6 recipes, basically for free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Level 60 for all of these, it should be. Yeah, level 60 for all of these. Cool. And I got a bit of bamboo lumber ready to craft stuff with as well. Oof. Spirits of Harmony are going to make... Spirits of Harmony are going to be responsible for making this expensive. 8 Spirits of Harmony. 1,600 gold just in flipping Spirits of Harmony. Oof. Alright, it's fine. We're investing in ourselves. Right, 20 more points. How much gold have we got left? Loads of gold. Loads of gold. Good. Do me a solid. Give me some of the flipping scrolls of intellect for free. Not these cheap, shitty ones, though. Give me some of the ones I actually need. Skill 50. Still going to guarantee points. 30 more Inca Dreams. And that should be Panda Inscription done. Yeah, we didn't need about a third of the actual shadow pigments that we bought, but oh well, it's fine. They were basically free anyway. This sort of first half of this adventure, you might have noticed that I'm kind of focusing on the first 4 or 5 expansions. Vanilla, TBC, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm. You know, the first handful of expansions. Mostly because leveling the professions in the later half is way more involved and way more annoying. It also means it keeps the amount of zones I have to farm for lumber in to a minimum for now. Right, that's got us to skill 60 at least, though. Which should give us the... Or basically free, just learn all of it. Here we go. Hanging paper lanterns, Lawwalker's bookcase, Lucky Traveller's bench, Pandarian wooden table, and a square Pandarian table. Do kind of know that the tables tend not to sell very well.
Keep your eyes and heart open.
They're also like 30, 40, 50 flipping 30, 40, 50. They're just expensive on the lump. Yeah, 45 for the bookcase. Oof. 45 on a bookcase. 20 on the bench, 25 on the table, 20 on the other table. Okay, they're not the worst. That bookcase is flipping heavy though. 20 Starlight Inks, 8 Spirits of Harmony, and 4 Living Steel. Just to make the damn bookcase. I mean, does that even break even with its crafting cost? Never mind the lumber that goes into it. That one's going to be an offensively slow seller. Saying on hanging paper lanterns then. Well, they're cheap enough. These Starlight Inks aren't exactly cheap. We can make them from some misty pigment. Maybe making some of those. Oh, we only need 5 of them. Whatever. Jesus, this thing's got 6k worth of just normal standard materials in it. 6k worth of standard materials for an item that only sells for 14k and it's using 45 lumber. I don't think I'm crafting this right now. This will be something that, yeah, I'll craft it and I'll sell it, but just not now. This is something that we'll craft and throw up on the auction house when we've got lots of spare gold. At the moment, I don't want to spend 6,000 gold on crafting something that I probably will not be competitive on. My TSM seems to indicate that I'm not willing to sell this for less than about 23,000 gold. because it uses so much goddamn lumber. Meaning I'm just not going to be competitive. 5 of these. Jesus. Yeah, we'll sack that one off. That's not happening right now. We'll craft these though. Where does the desecrated oil come from? Is it a crafted item in and of itself? It's not. Seems to be some interesting staggering of some powder burn seems to be controlling the price of these in a very weird fashion. Whatever. People do crazy things in this game. Thinks of dreams. These are also ones that I kind of know I'm probably not going to be that competitive on. 25 pieces of bamboo for like 5,000 gold is not great. To be honest though, the entire cost is held up in these spirits of harmony. It's fine. I'll join again in the future. Love gold making in general, despite being terrible at it. Hey, don't worry about it. We all have to start somewhere. Appreciate you stopping by. Right, let's just handcraft some of these for now. I know I want to use TSM for all of this sort of stuff long term, but just quickly handcrafting these first ones is fine. Now, I wonder if for WOD, do we just buy the recipes with the daily cooldown thing again? I'm assuming we probably do. Let's take professions, description, leveling, Raynor. I have a sneaky suspicion that I don't actually need to level Drain or Inscription. Sneaky suspicion that I can simply... Oh, the portal's inside, whoops. Suspicion I can just go there, learn the profession, do a daily cooldown, and buy a recipe. I don't actually think you need any skill at all. Reminds me, I need to press my drain or cool down button. Oh, I sold my sumptuous fur. Idiot. I knew I bought that for a reason. I flipping sold the stuff. Dumb. I'll fix that in a minute.
How you doing, man?
Raynor inscription. Yoink. Yeah, here we go. Look, decor recipes. We just buy them with the we just buy them from the
be seeing
We can only buy one recipe a day, but we just buy them with the daily cooldown. We don't actually need to level the profession. Saves as a task. Buy 1200. Yeah, I'm not buying all of those pigments. You can jog on. Don't need to do any of that guff. Not doing any of that faffing about. No, 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 no. Secrets of Draenor Inscription. There we go. I need to do this like 5 times, I think. How many decor recipes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different days. Check that none of them cost more. Yeah, five different days to get the different recipes. So we will just buy up a bunch of pigment real fast. We'll need some of this in a minute anyway to craft something. Oh, while I'm there, grab the, what's it called? Sumptuous Fur. Need a little bit of this for a few daily cooldowns as well. Boom. So I need 5 of these to get the decor recipes.
Hey there.
Do I want to be choosy about which one I pick today?
Okay, okay.
One do I prefer? Frostwall Elevated Brazier. We'd be competitively priced on this one. And it doesn't cost a bomb to make it. We would just about be willing to sell the barrel. Fences are an interesting one because people will buy a bunch of these in one go. And weirdly seems to have the most potential profit in it by a long shot. Fence posts, not so much. Wooden shipping crates also don't really hold much of any value. I think I'm going to buy the fence today, you know. While we're here, we'll buy the mats to make one.
How are ya?
Oh, wait. Requires Draenor Inscription 80. Oh, shit. We do have to level. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've just realised. Oh, no. People probably buy the barrel. Ah, is that why there's a million fucking barrels on the auction house all the time? Because people are creating like 80 of the damn things just to level inscription in the first place to then learn the other ones. Oh. Fudge McDuck. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. I had not put 2 and 2 together. Oh, right, okay. Well, then we do need to level the damn profession. Shit. Professions. Inscription. Leveling. Draenor. Try again. Now we do need all these pigments. Let's see if we can mill to get them cheaper. Cerulean pigment / crafting. Yes, we can mill herbs far more efficiently to get them. Let's buy like 5. How much do we need? I can't remember what milling rates are from back out in the... I think we need probably 2,000 herbs, don't we? 2,500 gold. I reckon we need about 2,000 herbs to get all of those pigments. Let's hope I haven't done the maths wrong on that. We mill all of that up now. We should get the pigments cheaper. Even though it's going to be a bit of a ball ache to do it, but it's fine. Go, go, gadget, go. Let's see if I'm right here. 5 flowers are going into 2, sometimes 3. So, mostly 2. By the looks of things, very occasionally 3. So yeah, about 2,000 herbs is probably... We probably need more than 2,000 herbs, actually, then. 2,200, 2,500 herbs. Get all the pigments we need. This will be enough pigments to take us to skill 100, though. We only need to get to skill 80, so maybe that's enough. Oh, but we are gaining skill points from even doing this, which is a bonus, I suppose. What's this going to cap out at? Like 25 skill or something, maybe? Or that last skill point doesn't want to come. There it is. Beautiful. Before we mill everything, let's see where we're going. Technique volatile crystal. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, the leveling guide was telling me. Oh.
Talk to me.
Oh, I've made a real whoopsie here, haven't I? Can I sell this back and get my... Okay, give me book back. You want me to buy volatile crystal. Uses just a bunch of pigment to make it. Is that why? Oh, I want to check this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I believe this leveling path to be even remotely optimal. The fact that they use 12 pigments apiece. Okay.
Bye-bye now.
I'm going to question Zygor on this one from a profitability standpoint. Cost standpoint, at least. Can we... What's the price of a card of omens these days? Oh, warp... Okay, we don't have access to war paints because that's the flipping... That's the stupid work orders in your garrison business. So sack that off. Same with any of these that use war paints. We can't do anything with. Primal Spirits is a bind-on pickup reagent, which in theory we could farm for. But I don't think I really want to do that to create war paints this way. Oh, maybe this is going to be the right way, you know. Just burning 50 gold a skill point, though. Let's use war paints again. More war paints, more war paints, more war paints, more war paints. Damn, that's annoying. That's annoying. This is actually legitimately just going to be the cheapest way, isn't it? Fortunately, we're not paying. We paid less than half this price for our pigments by milling, so there's less damage to it. Does mean we have to use our first day's worth of cooldown to buy a recipe that allows us to level, which is a bit annoying, but
You be careful,
so
man.
no decor recipes today, but we'll at least get the profession leveled. And now just craft a fuckload of these. Yeah, okay. Oh, they're slow as shit to craft as well. We've got to get to skill 80. Probably shouldn't spend too much more time on this little side hustle today. Get Draenor leveled up. Take a look at the lumber stockpile. See if I need to. Can I open this while this is working in the background? Doesn't seem to want to, does it? How are we doing on lumber stocks? Okay. Yeah, we've burnt through quite a lot of our. Well, to be fair, we didn't actually farm up much of this lumber. Another half hour. I think we'll get Draenor leveled. I think then maybe another half hour lumber farming in a zone. Get the stocks back up. My other dog. Oh. We're getting our pigments cheaper by milling for them ourselves. In fact, we need 12 pigments just to make one of these. Makes me feel like I should have just bought the pigments. Oh well. Time is free, right? Let's mix it up. Let's make some of these. Let's do rerolls the secondary properties on an inscription crafted recipe with item level of 45 or below. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, these used to be, I remember back in WoD, these were kind of quite good sellers. Because it was just RNG. And these were kind of expensive as well back in the day. You would just have to re-roll and re-roll and re-roll until you got the secondary stats you wanted. Blizzard loved themselves a little bit of RNG. Even way back in the day. People might have all of this to look forward to with WoD Classic. Are they even doing WoD Classic? Like, are we just assuming that they're just sacking it off, or are they actually doing WoD Classic? Surely at this point, People are just like, I don't want WoD Classic, I want Classic Plus. I don't think anybody's particularly excited about resetting up their garrisons. Unless, of course, there are people on Classic that have 25,000 alts that are waiting to print that Classic money, assuming that Blizzard doesn't nerf the mission tables. Also weird to have things like milling without any sort of resourcefulness procs. Feels odd. This will take us to what? Skill 64? Needed to get to 80, didn't we? A few more to go. I hope these guarantee skill points all the way. Hope these don't start going yellow. If they go yellow, they'll do it at like 60 or something. Doubt Blizzard will let the WoD mission tables be like they were originally. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I don't think they would either. I think the fun police will hop on that one real hard because, I mean, if you think about it, you'll have people just like racking up years of game time just by playing WoD Garrison Simulator. Like, there's actually, you know, there'd be a noticeable effect on their bottom line if they were to leave the mission table the way it was. Makes me think they're probably not going to do that. They tend to want Classic to try and make them some money, not cost them money, you know. That said, I've always believed that the amount of gold people claim to make from their garrisons back in Warlords of Draenor was, well, it feels very rose-tinted. You know, making 1 million gold back in Warlords of Draenor was a lot of gold, but it was also kind of sway. Like, didn't the token end up being like 450,000 gold or something at the end of Warlords of Draenor? Like, inflation got absolute flipping cracked at the end of Warlords of Draenor, but I think that was mostly because they had to keep, you know, there was zero reason to buy gold, right? There was absolutely zero reason for people to buy the tokens with their credit cards. I think it was just like the token value back in Warlords of Draenor, I think, was completely out of whack because people were what were people buying gold for in Warlords of Draenor at the end when we had a 13-month lull until the next expansion came out? Like, there was just no reason at all, was there? And so the token price just went up and up and up and up and up because that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to offer more and more and more and more and more gold to incentivize more and more and more people to swipe the credit card. But there was no reason for anybody to swipe the credit card. Remember when the price was under 50k for a token? Yeah, I mean, when they first came out, they were basically free, weren't they? It was ridiculous. I still can't believe that when the tokens first came out, I didn't just, like, buy 10 years of game time in one go. I really should have done. I was making about 500k a month back then. Good times. Now 500k isn't that special, but back then it was... Well, you see, yeah, this is it. Like, back then it was a good amount of gold. But there's always people that crop up out of nowhere to be claiming that, oh yeah, I'm still living off my Warlords of Draenor gold. Ah, you fuck. There is no way. There is no way. A year of game time is 12 tokens. 12 tokens at current rate is what, like let's take an average of 350k. 350k a token multiplied by 12, 4.2 million gold. 4.2 million gold a year is what it costs to quote-unquote play for free right now. There's absolutely no chance that anybody's still living off their garrison gold. People who come out screaming and shouting about that have got no idea how much. Got no idea what they're talking about. Right, skill 80 though. We cannot yet. We basically have 5 daily cooldowns to get the recipes we need. There's no way to cheese the daily cooldown on these either, is there? Resets daily. Yeah, there's no way to reset there's no way to cheese this. I do just need to press the button 5 days in a row. And then we'll get the recipes for the decor from Draenor. Am I right in assuming that the same situation is with tailoring? And that I do actually need to level it in order to learn the recipes? I should check this, shouldn't I? Where's the tailoring dude out here? It's in this building, I think. Are you tailoring? Mage, Mog, Portal Trainer. No, I'm lost. Tailoring trainer there. Was close. Next building.
Baladash Malanore.
The eternal sun guides
Is it
us.
the... Yeah, I do actually need tailoring at skill 80 as well. Ugh, this is going to be gross because this is more expensive. That's more expensive because it's all sumptuous fur, which is not quite so free. So it's 5 days of cooldowns, plus I do actually need to get tailoring to 80.
Remember the sun well.
Let's have a little looky at what that entails right now and see if it's too gross. I looked at this the other day and was like, oh, I don't need skill in the profession, but turns out I was wrong. I do. Tailoring, leveling, Draenor. 3,000 sumptuous furs. Okay, that's like 6,000 gold, isn't it? That's a fair amount of our total gold. It's like 50% of our total gold. Maybe that'll have to wait. Maybe that'll have to wait. That means, I think, that's the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 expansions done for both inscription and tailoring. WOD and onwards maybe can be on the back burner for a little bit, as it's... WOD is clearly going to be annoying because you got the daily cooldowns in place to even get the recipes. Probably in theory, meaning it's the one I should start now. Should start them just to get the daily cooldowns out the way in theory. But Legion's annoying because you've got all the questing that you have to do to level it up. BFA, I think, is actually relatively straightforward. Why did I stop at 142 in BFA? I can't remember. I've not claimed any of the recipes. Shadowlands is actually probably quick and I would imagine pretty cheap to level. But I might just keep it to these first 5 expansions for now and level a couple of the other professions in these first 5 expansions where they're cost effective. If anything, this just keeps it to just 5 zones I need to farm lumber in for now rather than all the zones. It will make it a little bit more manageable. And I mean, there's still flipping plenty of decor recipes we can grab up with the first 5 expansions, isn't there? In that case, where am I missing? Where am I missing lumber? Straight up classic lumber. Although I'm worst off. I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? I might go do some classic lumbering. Oh, what does this look like now we're getting some numbers in it? We've sold a bookcase, we've sold a Kieran Tor Skyline banner, a grand drape of the Exiles. Lowest actual sale price received from the auction house, the maximum. Average, the sum. Total sale income from this item. Average auction house sale minus the average craft cost equals the realized profit per item. Positive means you made money. Negative means you crafted at a loss. But I don't think that's totally true. What did we sell it for? We sold this for 5k. Oh, okay. We took a discount on our lumber. We didn't sell it at a loss. We just got less for our lumber than we would have liked. That's fine. Shadowlands tables made me godly amounts too. They seem to forget about what happened in WoD when they set the tables up for Shadowlands. It was funny because it was a slow burn in Shadowlands as well. It was a slow burn. When Shadowlands launched, nobody really realised that the mission tables were printing. And it was a little bit more of a distraction in Shadowlands because what you actually were getting, you were trying to get the materials that you then had to go on and sell, and it was all about managing your... It was getting your mission table in Shadowlands to, what was it, like, you had to be rank 2 before it was anima positive, which was also a reason why people didn't give much focus to the mission tables in the first place, because they were like, oh, these just cost anima all the time and I'm going to have to permanently farm anima. But actually, you could get them anima, like, net positive while still producing free materials that you then sold on your auction house. And of course, materials in Shadowlands was big business because, hello, legendaries. It wasn't until nearly the first major patch, really, before mission tables took off in Shadowlands as well. If people had really known about it and were really hammering it from the word go, people would have made even more. It's because BFA wasn't very good. You know, they took the sting off mission tables in BFA, didn't they? They were still alright in BFA, but by the time Shadowlands rolled round, people just assumed, oh, it's just this stupid little mini game we have to play that costs anima to do it. Yeah, nah, you're right. But yeah, they were a bit of a cash cow. Okay. Somewhat frustratingly, it feels like we've spent a bunch of gold and not actually done a whole lot. Because actually, that is exactly what's happened, doesn't it? We have spent a bunch of gold and we haven't got any recipes. So... sack off all of these rubbish ones we don't need. So, let's switch tunes. I'm going to leave this dude literally standing right here, as it'll be a very good reminder to me to press the button every day when we log him on.
Justice.
Oh, it's also instant logout, because it's a city. Nice. Right, I need to pee again. Drank far too much water today. Okay, right. Quick cheeky cancel scan, because why the hell not? Oh, somebody's come in and done a fucking number on the price of some stuff. Clearly they're not impressed that somebody's crafting decor. Hell's all of this? Oh, we've had some stuff expire. That's why. That bench is currently listed for less than we're willing to sell it for. The rest of them don't seem to be too bad. We're competitively priced on the others. When I say competitively priced, we are taking a bit of a discount on the lumber. A little bit more of a discount on the lumber than I'd rather. But for the sake of early revenue, it makes sense. Makes sense to do. Right, I need some classic lumber, some ironwood lumber. There's always choice on this. There's like so much choice. I mean, you can literally just fly around Duratar technically and do pretty well. You know, it means you then don't really have to go anywhere or do anything. Darkshore and Fellwood, sorry. Fellwood is a popular one for classic lumber. Loads of lumber nodes, but annoying as sin to farm in. Trees out here are an absolute fucking nightmare. That said, you can also get some herbs and ore at the same time. Winter Spring is a bit of a wombo combo on, what's it, thorium? Thorium, what are they, arcane crystals? Are they called arcane crystals? Arcanite crystals? What are they? Arcane crystals, sounds right. And some lumber. Oddly, flying around Ungaro Crater is also dead easy. Got loads of choice for ironwood lumber. I've never really settled on a zone that I just like. Why we broke again? Because we keep spending all our gold. We keep spending it. We're spending it faster than we're making it at the moment. But that is kind of by design. And welcome in, Woo. How are you doing? Yeah, our TSM graph is looking tragic. We make a bunch of gold, we spend a bunch of gold. We sell a few things, and yeah, we end up, you know, we end up back at zero again. I'm tempted just to see if Duratar's like vaguely competitive. There's enough nodes out here, and it's a pretty easy route to follow. I might bang a cheeky route out to follow just to see. Try a few places out. Create me a bear route. No. Donkey.
Adventurers, we shall depart for the Dragon Isles shortly.
We'll take the logging nodes of ironwood lumber. Create the basic route. Let's then change the line settings a little bit. I don't like the default ones. Okay. That seems to be a pretty straightforward route for Durotar. We can live with that one. Westfall's pretty easy for lumber and near Stormwind. Yes, for alliance characters, yeah, that's pretty straightforward and easy. I like Westfall. Oh, we did a little bit in Westfall the other day. Yeah, you just go around the edge. It's flipping well easy. You can even cut out this Sentinel Hill middle bit. You just literally go around the edge. It's flipping well easy in Westfall. And the fact that, you know, there's nothing that's going to get in your way either. Pretty straightforward. Did you see this, by the way? How long before they're playing the Auction House 2? What have I seen? Claude Fable 5 plays Factorio. Oh my god. Oh, I haven't seen this. Why is it so fucking fast? I mean, video is 17 seconds long because it ran out of tokens. Lol. Yeah. I mean, AI agents can probably already relatively accurately, given a modicum of data, basically tell you how to play the auction house anyway. Which is a bit of a scary thought. I do unfortunately think it's an inevitability, though. I do think the gaming industry as a whole needs to get their shit together and start coming to some sort of standardization in terms of rules and regulations on AI literally playing the game. Especially in, you know, any form of competitive or any form of, like, permanently online game, like an MMO. The MMO genre is at great risk of AI just coming in and playing the game. The game of cat and mouse that Blizzard plays with bots in the first place. Like, they've been playing that game of cat and mouse for 20 years. It's not going anywhere, but, like, it's scary to think that it may not necessarily even be that detectable that it's happening, because the AI will be able to so remarkably similarly basically look like a human. But yeah, I do think the gaming industry needs to start considering this shit pretty seriously. But yeah, the fact that if Claude is already able to play Factorio, that's kind of mental. Monitors that help you cheat is ridiculous. I actually think I own one of the monitors that does exactly that. I don't use it to cheat though, mine, but like it's yeah, they're building tech into the monitors now, aren't they? Mostly for like FPS games to, like, you know, flash the screen if there's something on the screen that it notices that you should maybe be paying attention to, or increase the brightness in one corner of the screen or something. All sorts of stuff that, you know, in FPS games you can see how easily that could be totally crooked and totally abused. I mean, flipping aimbots and shit have always been the plague of like FPS games for years and years and years already. I don't know how useful it is, but like monitors have had like red dot crosshairs in the middle of the screens and stuff like this for sort of aim assistance. Like that tech's been in monitors for years, but yeah, I hope they stay the fuck away from my MMO of choice, at least, anyway. I mean, yeah, you could literally put a piece of blue tack or, you know, just take a, you know, a Sharpie to the screen to put a dot in the middle of it if you really wanted to, but that's, like, very primitive. But yeah, the AI assistant sort of like, you know, giving you a proximity radar in a game that doesn't naturally give you a radar by choice sort of thing is the kind of shit we're starting to see. AI is just pixel peeping to highlight things that you may not, your peripheral vision may not have necessarily seen, and doing it all in real time. And I would also imagine that there is just simple things like, I'm sure some sort of AI technology would easily be able to, probably much like what a lot of the cheat software does, is to like be able to see through mechanics like fog of war, which is put in a game for a reason, right? Game devs decide that you should only be able to see a certain distance and you should only be able to see certain things within your close proximity. So like a fog of war system is, you know, a gameplay choice. Some sort of AI is, you know, extracting what's behind the fog of war. It's bad news for everybody, isn't it? $338 lumber an hour. I'd take that. I don't think we're going to keep that pace up, are we? I don't think we're keeping that pace up at all. This just might be sort of first lap luck. Much like herbing and mining, this is why a good tip, especially when you see the standard clickbait YouTube videos, a good tip to remember is that the first lap you do any farm is always massively more efficient than the second lap. Because the first lap, if nobody's been there for a while, all the nodes have spawned and you just fly around and you pick up everything, pick it all up. But then the second time, you're waiting on respawns from your own previous actions, which usually makes lap 2 way less inefficient. So when you see those clickbait YouTube videos that they do a 20-minute farm and extrapolate it out to the hour, be prepared for the fact that by doing that, they're extrapolating from a probably abnormally high point. I mean, I'm sure even I've been guilty of that before, but something to remember. Is it worth picking up copper when I see it? What's copper worth right now? No. 2 gold apiece. No, ignore it. I mean, if we are able to keep this flipping 340 lumber an hour play, we're doing 80k an hour in flipping old school lumber. Depend a bit on the game. If it's a multiplayer, only the visible data should be sent. Well, yeah, should. But you know, even prominent companies such as well, New World was flipping flawed from the word go with issues like this. That a lot of the shit that should have been processed server side was being processed client side, and anything that ends up being processed client side can be intercepted by local software. I mean, you are right, but that's making sure that the devs are doing their job properly as well. Got to be careful for. Can't always guarantee it, especially when games are being coded by flipping AI in the first place. And there's often a reason why they don't do everything server side, because yeah, it puts more load on the servers. It costs more to do it. You offload as much as you possibly can to the client, but just nothing that's mission critical. I tell you what is it? I mean, this is an easy 250 lumber an hour, even at casual pace. The fact that there's if we can get a second lap in and it maintains this 300 plus, I don't think I'll ever farm ironwood lumber anywhere else, to be honest. I mean, I'm even going to take a 10-minute pit stop to do a cancel scan. How about that for crazy talk? Cancelling to repost at higher price. Cash money. That stupid expedition tent, that's why. Okay. Such a tiny little feature, but remarkably clever. That, you know, every 10 minutes, quick cancel scan. Only takes a minute of your time. And in actual fact, a cancel scanning once every 10 minutes on like 40-50 pieces of decor is definitely worth doing. Doing it on 200 plus pieces of decor, not so much. Doing it more frequently than that, also not so much. Heavy diminishing returns on the value. But as of right now, for some basic, simple, at a modest level, this is very worth doing. And will wildly frustrate your competition, which is fun in itself. Yeah, I'm struggling to see why I'd ever farm ironwood lumber anywhere else. This is very chill and seemingly very efficient. I'd farmed out here before, but I'd never, like, scienced it. Dead easy to see the trees. Nothing that's going to interrupt you in any way, shape or form. And at least for Team Horde, it's like literally right next to Orgrimmar, so can't complain. Back in, when was it? December, when this all launched. One thing I did plan to do back then was to test a bunch of different zones and really figure out what were the best places to farm lumber in. But in all honesty, I just didn't have time. On my EU account, when I so quickly started flipping decor rather than crafting it, because fortunate to have lots of gold in the infrastructure already set up, I just didn't find time to do humongous amounts of the actual farming of the lumber. Now with a little bit more time on our hands, I might science a few of these zones in a little bit more detail. Is it against the TOS to trade goals between regions? Yes. As of only recently, though, I believe. I think they changed the policy not too long ago to both include trading between regions and also trading between game modes. So you can't trade from classic to retail or vice versa either. I have no links to that, but you can probably Google it. I mean, they probably changed it, yes, because of classic, but...
Adventurers, we shall depart for the Dragon Isles shortly.
For all intensive purposes, EU and NA are considered different games. So they don't want people trading between the two. Well, the thing is Classic presented... I mean, Classic already has... I mean, we've been dealing with a bit of a bot issue. Let's not muck about. We've been dealing with a bit of an issue on retail recently, which, touch anything made of wood, is calming down a little bit now. Whether it's because Blizzard has actually stepped in and banned some of this, or, you know, the heat's too high and they've just switched it off for a while. Whatever the case is, but... if you think retail has a bot problem, Classic has had just a monster of a bot problem literally since day one of its existence. Why? Because it's fucking figured out. The big people who, you know, the big culprits who run bot farms, the people who are doing this, like, professionally, you know, Classic's fucking totally worked out. They know, you know, there's no figuring out what is the optimum way to do something. No. They figured all that out first time round. All they're doing in Classic these days is evading detection. That's literally all they care about these days. All the tactics, you know, methods, all of that completely sussed. No brain power goes into any of that business. But yeah, Classic's genuinely been completely fraught with problems. And yeah, it was getting kind of silly, wasn't it? It was getting to the point where people were just... they were clearly botting. The process is that they were botting gold... They were botting gold in Classic because it was easier to bot raw gold in Classic. They were then selling it via swaps or trading it legitimately over to retail and then selling the retail gold. Like, you could tell what was going on. It kept the bots out of retail, but the effect of it also was still affecting retail, which was completely silly. But yeah, no surprise they decided that there is zero trading to be done between any of the platforms. Previously, they didn't like support it. They didn't support it previously. They just weren't kind of going to go after you for it. But they probably ended up with so many flipping support tickets and stuff from people getting scammazed that they probably were just like, no. Now you're just not allowed to do this. If you're caught doing it, you get banned. Simple. It's going to be a shit show in Classic Plus. Well, it depends how they do Classic Plus, because obviously we know nothing about what Classic Plus is. You know, Classic Plus, for all we know, could end up being practically a totally different game. We have no idea what Classic Plus is going to be. Or whether it's just, you know, Classic Plus taking a real true to description version of like an end game plus mode, new game plus, where they just basically say, right, every 6 months on the dot, the servers are just going to get hard wiped and hard reset. But it's just, this is the expansion. They're going to do it for they could just do it for the first few expansions, not really change it that much in them, and just say, right, 6 months on the dot, just hard reset. We turn it all off, we delete all the characters, and then we go again. They could do, you know, something along those lines. I'm not sure that's entirely what everybody really wants, but we don't know what they're going to do. Have you seen the war against the casino bots? Vaguely. Not in any great detail. But I've seen people dropping infernos on them and all sorts of silly things. Infernals, sorry. Or it'll just be TBC again. Yeah, or they'll just try and resell TBC for, what, like the 6th time now? How many times have we had TBC? Oh, there's my 10-minute ding, check the auction house. It's going to wildly annoy my competition, but that's half the fun, isn't it? Oh, if only they gave us a flying auction house mount. Oh, the dream. That druids could access in flight form. If just in case you thought druids needed to get any more powerful. We have a ground auction house. Next we need a flying auction house. 24/7 cancel scanning juiciness. Never close the auction house again. Farm your herbs and your ore. Cancel scan like your life depends on it whilst you do it. The dream. I am memeing incredibly hard here, by the way. we do not want that. Portable crafting tables? No, just sack off crafting tables. Who asked for crafting tables in the first place? Crafting tables only serve one purpose, and that is to make sure everybody has to go back to the capital city occasionally. Outside of that, they're just pointless. Sack them off. An auctioneer rucksack? That would be kind of cool, yeah. I don't think it would. Can you imagine the bot problem we'd have that flipping out? You'd have one single bot. You'd have one single bot druid that would be flying around, gathering, while simultaneously baiting auction house prices. Like, oh god, the bots are just combined all into one uber mega character. Yeah, we definitely don't need a flying auction house. I mean, I wonder what the discussions from Blizzard are internally about. Okay, I need to clarify a few things because there's maybe a few people that aren't totally up to speed with the situation. It was believed but not proved, I should say. It was believed that one of the exploits, it's more of a clever use of game mechanics really than anything else, but one of the exploits that was happening recently in retail was that bots were basically using class trial characters. These are the characters that you can make to test a class at max level before maybe using a boost, for example, is the legitimate way they're meant to be used. You can make a class trial at level 80 in order to be able to like play test. You know, these characters are usually quite limited in what they can do. You also are quite limited in how many of them you can make. I think you can only make 4 class characters within an hour and only a maximum of 8 in a 7-day window. So you're quite restricted to how many of these class characters, these test characters you can make. But what was thought to be the case, at least, although, like I said, not proven, was that bots were using class characters, class trial characters, to learn professions. Because as of midnight, you basically need fuck all progress with a profession in order to look at an alchemy setup or something. You do absolutely nothing. You don't need any skill. You don't need any knowledge points. You don't need any anything. You just need the recipe. The recipe and some basic maths. So what it's been sort of theorized has been going on is that people were using class trial character bots were using. I want to be emphasized here. This was, bots at scale. This is done at scale across many accounts simultaneously. Were creating these class trials. They were then sending work orders to those class trial characters in order to basically provide them the materials that they needed in order to fulfill orders using the class trials concentration. Ergo, skirting around one of the major limitations of concentration is that you only have 1,000 of it at a time. Now, this doesn't sound very lucrative to a normal natural player, but to a bot who can automate the process and do it at scale across tens, if not hundreds of accounts, starts to be pretty lucrative. And that's kind of what's heavily suspected to have been going on in retail since the launch of Midnight. And where is a strong chance a lot of these incredibly cheap, high quality materials had been coming from. Now, like I said, none of this is like factually proven or confirmed by Blizzard or anything. This is just people playing detective in the game, trying to, like, you know, figure this shit out, right? The community police, community support officers. But the question I probably want to pose here is, with that in mind, what do Blizzard do about systems like concentration? Because we're at a point where the barrier to entry to crafting is so goddamn low that it's basically being able to be almost fully automated by bots. Now, even outside the clever use of a class Trion character, when we've also had game modes such as Legion Remix, where people were leveling characters from 10 to 80 in the space of literally single-digit minutes, it was taking less than 10 minutes to boost a character to level 80. Now, if you think a bot was doing that at scale, which they could have easily been doing, think about how many accounts bots could have potentially set up during Legion Remix with a full 70 character roster of level 80 characters, basically ready to rock and roll in Midnight. Like, the design philosophy of professions being so incredibly easy to access has almost become its own flaw. You know, it's because if you make it super duper mega easy for players, you're also making it super duper mega easy for those bad actors that are going to automate it. So I wonder, being a fly on the wall at Blizzard HQ, if they're trying to, you know, brainstorm a solution to this, could be very interesting. And here I am fighting with an AI for normal, should be higher than max, and what's purpose max then it even serves. Beat boot, Mr. Streamer, may I interest you in buying some WoW Gold? Welcome in, how are we doing? I mean, there's obvious, you know, fixes. The fix is you just don't let class Trion characters be able to integrate with the crafting profession, number one, right? That's a fix, but that's, like I said, that's a band-aid fix. You know, an actual fix is where you go back to the not making it so that something can't be done. How do you change the foundational system so that it doesn't happen in any way, shape, or form? Either scrap quality or add back 3 qualities. It's funny because I see arguments almost daily for both of those scenarios. It was saying, bit at the same time, I'm one of those who leveled up probably 80 to 90 characters in Remix, but this time round just haven't been able to find the motivation to play the professions. But see, this is it. Like, with zero barrier to entry, it becomes an aggressively repetitive, frankly boring adventure. Because you know that you don't even get the sense of accomplishment when you don't feel as if you had to work for it. You basically got the characters almost for free. You secondly have to basically do nothing on them until you burn concentration. Like, you're once again at a point where you are just 3 steps of automation away from being a bot yourself. Like, the fact that it generates you a bit of gold is kind of cool, sure, fine, but it's not very inspiring gameplay, is it? Removing one quality was the biggest mistake they could have made, that so that botters can crash the markets easy. Well, I mean, there's no doubt that going to only a 2 quality system basically meant that with 0, and lots of us said this like multiple times whilst testing for Midnight, that there's literally 0 barrier to entry. You need to do nothing with a profession. You can go to a profession trainer and within 30 seconds craft something at high quality. It's almost borderline pointless with how easy it is right now to have quality on those items. It's almost pointless. It's very, very good from the perspective of, like, being self-sufficient, though. This is what you got to remember, that, like, Blizzard doesn't really care about goblins making gold all that much. They care about players being able to pick up a profession, role-play that profession a little bit, and if they want to be an alchemist, make themselves a few potions each week. That's really all Blizzard cares about when it comes to the professions, and not be so broken that it's monopolized and, you know, there's a little bit of damage prevention they might do, but realistically, they don't care that much about whether goblins make gold or not. Couldn't care less. Goblins making gold is a byproduct of them filling a demand somewhere that naturally occurs because it's a player-driven economy. You know, profit is never built in by Blizzard particularly. They can control the profit a little bit. You see that with, like, how they control the price of vendoring items and how many materials go into it and whatever, but Blizzard doesn't really control the profits. They don't care. So the low barrier to entry is very, very good for average Joe. Because one of the biggest complaints over the years with this new crafting system since Dragonflight has easily been, it's far too complicated. I don't want to learn how it works. It's too unforgiving. I'm just not going to bother. And I don't think anybody that creates a game wants their players to think that the thing that they're creating and adding to the game isn't worth playing. That you know, that's couldn't be further from what you would imagine a game dev thinks, right? A game dev wants to create a product that people love, right? They love it. They want to engage with it. They want to play it all day, every day, right? Nobody's out there to try and make something that people don't want to play. And I think Blizzard's way to address that was to say, right, okay, well, with a bit of concentration, if we take away a quality, we remove the barrier to entry to almost 0. But I wonder if they really considered that doing that will also bring the barrier to 0 for bots as well. Add quality to decor, making higher qualities way cooler. Let's go. I mean, what? Yeah, you need a quality 3 bookcase, and then it's like diamond encrusted. Bejazzle your bookcase. Biggest mistake was not spending any time on the professions, on screwing up the profession tools so bad. All of the profession changes took longer to talk about than to implement. Yeah. Well, I'm the first person to state that I think they took the simplification in the wrong direction. I think the areas that could have very much been simplified were the areas that they chose to not touch at all for some reason. I don't see why taking thaumaturgy out is considered simplification, but leaving the spec trees to be a completely illegible mess was not addressed, you know? What expansions have proven to be most lucrative for you? Well, I mean, if we want to talk in terms of just straight up raw gold making, Shadowlands is unbeatable for me. I made more gold in Shadowlands than I've probably ever made in all of the past previous expansions combined. But Shadowlands was very broken for those that were willing to, you know, do that sort of thing. That said, I didn't particularly enjoy Shadowlands in the same way. Spectres all over the place are a nightmare. It'd be alright if there was, like, a touch more consistency with them. I mean, I don't know how the same team of devs could come up with, like, the tailoring Spectres and then basically any other Spectre. Like, how did tailoring slip through the net as being just so ridiculously broken in comparison to the rest of them? Like, most of the Spectres with the professions now, after 3 attempts, kind of follow a pretty similar-ish kind of a relatively similar-ish formula, don't they? They're all kind of like, okay, you have a tree that does the main thing that the profession does. You have a tree that is for improving your resourcefulness and multicraft and your ingenuity. You might have a utility tree for processing materials, and then a tree that produces the armor or whatever, right? The formula's relatively straightforward, and relatively generic across the board, but then something like tailoring comes along and there's plus skill all over the shop, and last expansion you had to put points deep into cloaks to be able to make a piece of profession gear, like fucking all over the place. Doesn't make any sense. Higher quality bookcases, fewer visible cracks or joins. Can you imagine? They just start making things glow or shiny or something. I'm actually amazed we've maintained this 320 plus lumber an hour. Whilst I'm sort of like just gassing with you guys as well. Back to the question of what expansion's been most lucrative though. Shadowlands in terms of like straight up no mess in raw gold numbers. But I would also go as far as to say I put way more effort into Shadowlands as well. Like, it was the first time I personally... I mean, I've always had... Don't get me wrong, I've always had lots of gold in the game. A bit of a tagline of mine on social media is that I've basically been gold capped in every single expansion ever. There's never really been a point where I haven't had an unnecessary amount of gold. But by the end of BFA, I was down to my last like 1.5 million gold because I spent all of BFA pissing around with multi-boxing, paying for 8 accounts during BFA, all with gold, all whilst not really making any gold. I made a bunch of gold at the beginning of BFA, Dark Moon cards and whatever, but I didn't take full advantage of like all of the sweaty, you know, multi-box world mount farm business. I was pretty poor by the end of BFA when going into Shadowlands, but then I made more in Shadowlands than I knew what to do with. Oh, hang on, the wife's calling. Please hold. Oi. Alrighty. Alrighty. Who turned off the sun? We've got nighttime mode all of a sudden. Does Stinky Bright potions persist through death? Not through death, through logout. I don't even know. Right, I've got 12 minutes left on the hour here. I am like 15 lumber away from my 250 per lumber target, so I might just finish that and then probably call it a day for today. My theory of we'll just spend a couple of hours on NA doing this lumber business is turning into maybe actually spending 4 hours a day at the moment. So I'm already cautious. I'm spending more time than I sort of planned on doing this. I don't want to completely abandon my EU account. Mainly one of the reasons I'm doing this is I want to try and see if this is sort of a viable thing to just do an hour a day, you know, chill. If I then start spending 4 or 5 hours a day doing it because I'm lucky and I can, it stops being quite as relatable or useful for many players who might look to use it to make a bit of easy gold. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But I would say the reason I'm willing to spend like the entire stream at the moment doing this is because it's actually kind of weirdly enjoyable. It's a journey. Figuring stuff out, getting the professions leveled up, finding the best zones for lumber farming, gets the brain juice flowing. Next week we've got 1207 patch, so if nothing else, we'll probably continue with this little journey. That's the main focus until patch launch next week. Then we might switch over to the the main EU account a little bit more for a few days at least for the patch. See what's going on. I do need a there is actually pretty heavy diminishing returns on just straight up spending loads of time doing this as well. Because quite simply, I need time to pass. Selling decor is like transmog, right? Time is just something that you need to let pass occasionally, right? I need just to have my stock of decor up for sale to get those occasional sales to come through, right? Time is, you can't force people to buy your shit. You can do what you need to do to get the recipes and pre-craft stuff and have it listed for sale, but this is definitely going to be a little adventure which just straight up requires time to pass, which you can't kind of forcibly make happen quicker by just playing more. Oh, you meant, oh, which expansion's been most lucrative? You meant decor-wise. Of course you did. I should have put 2 and 2 together there. As of right now, none of them, because we've barely got any. We've barely actually had any sales yet because we've only got a small handful of lumber pre-crafted or you know, recipes and whatever. It's still early days, but even over on EU, I didn't really pay any attention to where the lumber came from when I was first doing this because I wasn't crafting the lumber. It didn't make any difference to me. I wasn't crafting the decor, I was just flipping it. And so, you know, I paid no attention to what expansion the decor came from. Slightly passively, I noticed pretty much anything that goes anywhere near a kitchen did really well. I don't know why. I think people enjoyed making cool kitchens more than they enjoyed making bedrooms or living rooms or whatever. This actually means that cooking was one of the surprise winners, generally speaking. But I never really tracked much. A lot of the tools and the add-ons are kind of all designed for people who are crafting it. I don't know how well all of this sort of tracking works for people who are flipping it. And in terms of flipping it, the stuff that sold most was often the stuff that I had the most stock of, that I could buy the cheapest. Often the things I could buy 20 of on one realm really cheap became the things I sold most, just by proxy of the fact that I had most stock of it. So it wasn't really too useful info. But we have now a nice stockpile of ironwood lumber. We're back up to 250 plus. We've got the achievement from Classic. I want to try and keep 250 of each lumber in stock. Means that whenever we do a recraft, we should not have to worry about the lumber. Pre-farming this, it's money in the bank at the end of the day. The value of the lumber doesn't seem to be dramatically changing over time. Back when lumber launched, you kind of wanted to like use your lumber quickly because we didn't know what was going to happen to the value of it. Was it going to tank into the ground? Was all of the lumber going to be worth 10 silver by the end of the month? Now we're 6 months into having decor, and to be honest, the value of the lumber has basically not changed. It's still holding pretty strong. About every piece of lumber's worth about 250 gold if you have the rest of the setup to do something with it. Ironwood lumber, for example, currently valued at 236 gold each. Even now. So I don't mind keeping a stock of it. It's like cash in the bank, really. I don't worry too much it's going to depreciate in value. And it's good to have pre-farmed and ready to go. But, boys and girls, I am going to leave it there for today. We're getting there slowly. We're getting some sales. We're slowly getting the wheels to turn. And like I said, we'll continue this over the next at least week until the 1207 patch, I think. An ad is literally about to start, so I'm going to quickly zoom through my thank yous. Appreciate you all stopping by, the follows, bits, the subs, the love. Appreciate it all. Thank you. If you sat through an ad, I very much appreciate you as well. Come say hi in the Discord if you're not there already. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I will see you all next time. Is Goldson still on? Is Goldson still chilling? I have no idea what he's up to today, but I'll send you guys over to Goldson. Go say hi. Go say hi. Wish him well. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Catch you next time. Peace.